Hello, everyone, and welcome to the broadcast. Uh, We are getting back into Scene Investigators tonight, the game of murder conspiracy cork boards. It's been a little bit, but I'm sure we'll remember what we're doing. I've got all these little notepads here. Hey there, Furo. Indeed, many cats. Many cats. And do let me know if my audio is flaking out from my voice. I can fix it. I just can't tell if it's happening on my side. Top center is Ember. Bottom center is, I think that's Sherbet. And then to his left, you can see the little black lump. That's Sammy. Exiting the upper left is Sky. He is my little recovery case right now. He's got a little bandage on his back right foot. So he's not been having a great time, but he's recovering well. Yeah, you can see Sammy more clearly now that Sherbet hopped out of the way in pursuit of Sky. Sherbet is buddies with Sky. Sky tolerates Sherbet. Here he comes. Gonna go over there, Sky? Yeah. So he's crawling past where Ember is. That's going to take him towards the upper left camera there. Sherbet has leapt up to intercept the poor old man. Neum. You can get a bit of an idea of the layout of the area watching the cats careen between the spots. So you can see Sky is still able to move around. He just doesn't like putting any weight on that leg. It's Sherbet and his brother Mason. They're kind of adopted brothers. They were raised in the same kind of combined litter. Are both buff and white. So they've got that really, really firm kind of tan brown and then a really clean white. They are sweethearts. Let's zoom in a little bit here. Let me fix that. Do. One moment. Still there? Yeah, that's still there. Camps. I left a thing running. Will this fix it? Will this fix it? Testing. Yeah. I made a button that did a thing. There was a little logo down by the navel there that wasn't supposed to be there right now. Alrighty. Yeah, you can see Sky's draped up there. He's comfy. Then we hop over to second tree. There's Sammy looking out the window. I think Ember's a little thrown off because Sky just kind of walked right over her. Sometimes he'll go over there where she is and he'll snuggle up next to her. And they'll nap that way for a while. A lot of them are kind of thrown off by Sky being out of it like that. Not surprising. He is kind of the diplomat cat, so he's normally sort of a stabilizing presence. Always there, always kind of friendly. Get my notepad here. But yes, thank you for joining us, Furo. Are you familiar with Scene Investigators? Where were we? Get my notes. Well, either way, this is a murder mystery game. Though sometimes it's like murder adjacent kind of stuff. We are given information at a scene that is available at a particular moment in time. We don't talk to people. We can only look around at notes and objects in the environment without moving anything in order to form a educated guess on what we're doing. So let's see. Thought we had just gone into the side room. Yeah, we had just gone into the side room and didn't start the writing of the notes. But we are on. All right, this will be the start of page 6 for this one. Well, ouch! How'd you fracture it there, Bubbles? All right, in we go. They seem to add some ambient sounds to this, so let's turn this down a little bit more. Not a big thing, but, you know. Yeah. Okay. So. Oof. Well, that'd do it. That'd do it. Even low-speed collisions can cause a lot of harm. That would do it. So this is the kind of stuff that we're trying to solve. There was a shooting in a police station. Kind of more of like a detective's office kind of place, but it's still a, police station. There's a package by the exit. What's in it? Was the gun that the killer used a standard issue gun? And there's some notes that cover people wanting the guns changed and putting in petitions for it, that kind of thing. Who died by the office doorway? Who was the dirty cop? How many were killed? Was Harry Baker in a reasonable state of mind? And which prisoner was in interrogation room 1? We need to answer all of those. So we have this package by the door. We know Harry Baker was trying to send it and having problems, and that he was trying to hide, like, this iteration of it, this long tube. He is trying to hide what is in it inside something else, but they keep sending it back, saying we can't do that. Little chips of wood. So we have one body here. This is the who died at the door. See a couple of bullet holes here with bullet. Let's see. Now this guy is like a revolver enthusiast. Like marksman competitions, that kind of thing. Now I'm guessing this is the standard issue gun. I'll have to check notes again. But broken down for cleaning here. But these don't look like the rounds that are in the door, which I suspect are the rounds for the standard issue gun. It's 50 AE rounds, though. so those would be his revolver shells. So his Dune Sweeper and his 500W and S are not accounted for here. I am going to be, like, narrating what I see, but feel free to ask me questions or just chat. This is not a game that requires focused attention. As much as it requires me, committing it to memory by writing stuff down. Okay, so that's 50 AE rounds. Any other signs? Hey there, Beans! Welcome, welcome. See, this is this guy's favorite gun. This is the one that has some sort of mental condition that needs medication. Thought they described it as a form of schizophrenia. That he has medication that he's treating it with, but it's expensive and hard for him to get. So his dosage has been unpredictable. Welcome to the stream, everybody. We're playing Scene Investigators, so if you have questions about what's going on, feel free to ask me. This is a investigative murder mystery game. So there's going to be a lot of text and objects on the screen. I'll be talking about what we're going to do. Well, this is definitely not Tylenol. Like they want to get sued or something. So this is another one of those markers. The thing that they've called out specifically is do not use with other medicines unless advised. So it might be the inactive ingredients. It might be something else in this. Yeah. If you're on medications for any other mental issues, he should not be taking that. Let's mark this real quick here. This is Darren Nakamura's office. I didn't notice that before, so doing a quick backtrack and recording it. Trial and all. Fossil fighters. I can't say I have. What is that, Bubbles? So these are 40 caliber. Okay, so this is Copperhead 9mm. So he lost his gun and was putting in for a replacement. Like it broke or he lost it. I suppose that makes sense for the name. Pokemon, but with dinosaurs. I have trouble with the Pokemon games, not because they're bad. Oh, that's interesting. But because I get caught up in ticking all the boxes. Like, I do try to catch every Pokemon, and sometimes I get caught up trying to catch all the variations of them. Which is more interesting for me, but eventually that will wear down. And the narrative tends not to be thrilling. There is a game coming up that has sort of a... What is going on with that? Sorry, just... There's a particular point here. If you look my field of view, where... Oh, there it is. Come on, do it again. Watch the light through the water cooler. There it goes. Clearly, their QA group didn't properly, account for lighting source through water cooler at particular range and angle testing. That's weird. What was I saying? Oh, there's a game supposed to show up sometime this year that looks like it's got a eldritch horror kind of, bloodborne kind of vibe to it, but it is like summoning demons and binding demons kind of thing. Which back in the day there were some games that were Pokemon but demon summoning. They were in one of the Shin Megami spin-offs. But this looks like they're leaning harder into kind of the horror aspect of it, as opposed to just, hey, let's try to get us some of those Poke Dollars with our own Pokemon game. Why is there a screwdriver in the plant pot? Now, this is one of the aspects of this game. This could be a complete red herring. There is nothing to say that screwdriver will matter at all. We must determine what matters. Aid kit. What was this guy? Mike. I think Mike is the one that Darren doesn't like. And Richard here is... I don't remember why he's leaving, but if I recall, he's trying to move on to a private practice. I think this is the guy that was trying to go private practice. Yeah. He's sort of like a local big deal, but not really a big deal. Okay, and this is why he's resigning. So here's laws and regulations of the state of Nevada about alcoholism. Like, under what circumstances can you be removed from your position? But additionally, oh, I didn't. Okay, so Richard, but Dick has been, I'm going to say Richard because I feel like I've already crossed the line into clippable territory, but maybe it's too late and I should just lean in. Anyway. He was researching alcoholism. You can see it's highlighted there. But if we look a little further, so he was looking into this about alcoholism incidents, and this whole office is kind of on warning for it. Like, there is a new regulation posted on the board that says, you guys got to stop drinking in the office. Like, you can do it after business hours, but not during business hours. But if we look a little further down, we have MPD, PTSD, and then schizophrenia. Where is it? Yeah, so these are like examinations, like under what circumstances. So he's worried about alcoholism, but Darren has like acute symptoms of schizophrenia. Like he's having trouble getting the medication that he needs to treat his condition. This is one of the more depressing cases because there's a lot of how the American healthcare system can just run roughshod on you going on in this. Bring a note here. So Darren has a lot of notes in his journal about his medical condition, like trying to track things, what's helping, that kind of thing. This little composition book. Darren here is leaving. Again, I thought he was setting up private practice. Maybe that is Mike here. Lots of investigations here. Oh, I'll look at that in a minute. Let's not forget that. He said, probably gonna forget it. Who was it? So this guy's in the midst of investigations, and it sounds like there were some post-its here that are like notes for cases, but needs bank to call. There were a couple here that I thought indicated him working with somebody else. And most of these are just on cases, so S is in F. Grocery list. Yeah. So Mike really looks like the actual detective. I think there was some conflict between Mike and Darren, and that might be related to the performance of them. So Harry Baker is the one that's listed in the questions asking if he was in a reasonable state of mind. Harry has been having a lot of issues lately because he is frequently involved in scenarios where he has to, based on the documentation, that he has had to open fire in self-defense. And he is known for killing when he does that. To the extent in one of Darren's notes, he talks about how he's a little afraid of Harry. Harry wins a lot of awards for marksmanship. And in Harry's journals, he's really, like, having difficulty coping with this stuff. So the question is, during the incident, how was Harry doing? So that's why I was looking around at bullets. So this is his journal of trying to send that package. Well, in his other notes. So here's trying to send the package. He's even tried bribery, and it's not working. Yeah. So this is writing out with Darren. They ran into some kids that were firing BB guns at them. Still can't get the package out of there. Trying to send it to Kyle, which I believe was a relative. Here, had to shoot a guy. I'm going to the bar and maybe I'll roll downtown and stare at the lights. Like, this is... He's having trouble coping. All of them have some sort of, like, substance abuse issues. So, here's on the 15th. You know, several days later, had to kill again. Some sort of scribble, SN. Yeah. Woke me up at the desk this morning. This indicates that they've had him on desk duty. It's all the way out to September. Yeah. Okay, so he was involved in 2 fatal shootings, put on desk duty since around August, and has been having trouble. He's been having trouble coping with the killing, with the deaths, and he's been having trouble dealing with office work. Okay, and then September 24th, he's trying to stay off alcohol. Doesn't want it to end like last time. Flight leaves tomorrow. Needs to meet him. Interesting, interesting. Okay. So let's go back over to Mike's office here. We're running around. I'm trying to get kind of my bearings back. So we have a revolver cleaning manual. We have a revolver cleaning manual. I think he used one. Okay, so we need to figure out which gun was used. These don't look like the little copper-headed ones that are here. These are shiny little flat-headed ones with longer jackets. Those even fit in that pistol there? I don't think they would. Yeah, so these are the rounds for his W&S here. So those aren't in the wall. Okay, so it wasn't his 50 AE, which is missing. We don't even know if we're going to find the gun because, again, we don't get to move anything. It's whole office gets wiped out. We don't have any documents. Get more floppies. Saw a little YouTube video recently how a guy needed floppy disks for a project he was doing. So he's like, I'll go down to Best Buy and get them. And is asking for floppies and like, oh yeah, we've got that. And he takes him over to, I think, like phone accessories near the earbuds. And he's like, no, these are earbuds. I need floppy disks. Takes him over to the cell phones. What do you think a floppy disk is? Well, I'm not sure. Let me get my manager. Brings him over. Manager, talks to the employee. Goes up to the guy. Is this what you mean? And shows him a picture of a croissant. Yeah, 3.5-inch floppy disks. Had to guess this is the standard issue gun. Because he's turning in all this stuff. I don't recall if it was by choice or not. I thought I recall a document that indicated that they were retiring him, It was in either Dick's or Mike's documentation that, there was going to be like a meeting with him. Toretta. Okay, and then there are 9mm shells here, or boxes thereof. Empty. So he doesn't have his service pistol. See if I can find that note. As of July 6th, they are no longer allowed to drink in the office during business hours, which is one of those, oh dear, kind of policy documents that you don't want to have to see in a place like a police office. Okay, so Nakamura has been putting in that he wants to use the Beacon Bell Tube 40 Super here. Never remember what the round indicators, like the dot 40 there, actually indicate, or how you say them, but he likes that one. There is also a 40 up here. No, it's a 45. Okay, so there's no overlap in the revolvers versus his favorite. So we have a 40, a 45, and a 50. But anyway. Yeah, okay. So we go back around. And in Dick's journal, let's see, on the 23rd, he went around and opened the office locks. He needs to, he put in a request for a new firearm, which based on, things, based on Darren's journal, he broke it on the 21st and has been dragging his feet reporting that. Yeah. And Dick is shopping around for an office. He's trying to set up a private practice. Yep. With Mike having a note about Dick's standard issue being broken. There's a post-it in Mike's office about putting Harry's stuff in lockup. And getting Dick to write a report, but not clear on what. There's documentation on one of the killings that Baker was involved in. I did do some story reading, and I haven't gotten back around to it, Bubbles, but I've wanted to. We did some reading of The King in Yellow. The first couple stories of The King in Yellow, really good. The later ones, not so good. But thank you. I appreciate it. People have said that before. Here. Apparently, Darren has had at least one incident of, quote, brutally detaining a suspect, and is known to be aggressive. Hey there, Tess. Hey there. We're trying to look at the bullets on the wall. It doesn't look like they're the 50s for Baker's revolver. But that leaves 40s for Darren's bell toll here. They don't look like the 9mm that are part of the standard issues, which I expect is the what is it? A US 9mm Tyretta. All right, thanks for joining us, Bubbles. Have a good time, and I hope you find your phone charger. So let's see here. So that leaves 45 rounds, which we don't have a image of, in these 40 rounds, which we don't have an image of. Oh, geez. Yeah, he is not supposed to be doing this. Yeah. So this is the uh he has ibuprofen, which is, the most benign thing that is indicated here. He gets headaches and he also hears voices. There is an expensive medication that he is having trouble keeping a supply of. It seems both from prescription and also monetary circumstance that he is trying to take. And it works really well for him, but it's causing issues if he doesn't have it and have enough of it. He is explicitly on that medication, not supposed to take it with anything else. And all of the bottles that are had here either have a "don't mix medicine" warning clearly written, or in the case of, so that's ibuprofen, that's like real stuff. Here is Tylenol. It's acetaminophen, which is what Tylenol is. But we have, where is it? Yeah. Ask doctor before use if you have liver disease, are on medications for any mental issues, or pregnant. So everything is saying, like, don't mix this stuff. And that one is explicitly don't use it with other psychoactive medications. Yeah, here we go. Here's his actual stuff here. Epidime. Needs doctor's authorization. Okay, just a second, folks. Buddy? Okay. I have like low shelves with a bunch of little like cubbies in them that I put little box totes, just put stuff in them. Well, the cats will sometimes crawl into them. Mason likes to pull them over. He drags them out and tips them over to see what's in them over and over. Sky is hiding in one, and the reason that I paused for a moment is I looked over there and it was just so sad. He was trying to pull his bandaged leg in there and not being able to quite turn properly to do it. By the time I stopped and was about to go over there and help him, he had managed to work his way in there. So now I can just see his nose and eyes kind of peeking over the lip of the tote. Okay. You're identifying the various guns. Exactly there, Tass. It's that so pathetic it's cute. That sort of aww. So I think Harry was in a right state of mind during the incident. I do wish there was a way to have the date time shown to you anywhere. But so this is Harry cleaning his service pistol. It's not clear if these are the things that were put in lockup by Mike. It's still possible that the 45 was used. It does not look like the 40s were used, because these are heavier copper-headed rounds here. This case is called Bloodbath. These are kind of silvery, but still all very similar. Yeah, this one doesn't look as silver, but it might be the lighting. Let's see if we find any others that are of a different color, but so far, all these bullets look similar. The evidence is sufficient. Okay, definitely not 45s. Page 7. Okay, so these are too short to be the 50s. And the actual bullet part doesn't match. This is maybe it's Dick's Day Planner? Nope. With Dick and Jimmy, I think Jimmy. Fern needs water. Maybe he's the one that put the screwdriver in the planter? I'll check Dick's notes, because this person seems to unlock office open lockers over and over, and Dick has one instance where he does that. Okay, Jimmy and Miss Tebbis are frequent in this. And NLSJ authorities on the 27th. Which we're gonna pause on taking notes on that, because there's a lot there, but okay, that's NLIEST. Okay, different. But he had a planner or something like that, like a note. Here we go. So he opens with Mike. Okay. So there is a period 24th. On the 24th, Dick hands the keys for the office to Nakamura. Normally, Mike does the opening. Nakamura is the one that is supposed to have opened on the 25th. So we look over here. It's not him. Jimmy is an unknown quantity here. Ballista mints. When you need your mint delivered at long range and with reasonable accuracy. Ballista mints. Oh, okay. This looks like the head of one of those 50 AE rounds. Somebody fired wildly. I don't see a case. Oh, but it wouldn't. It wouldn't. Because. So, it's a revolver. The revolver cleaning manual in Mike's office tells us that the shell casings would stay in the cylinder. So, we wouldn't find a 50 AE shell casing, but we could still find the bullet. That feels like that's pretty... That feels like it was pretty telegraphed, like they're saying that. Okay, we have... Okay, so this one expressly has blood on it. This one's stuck in the wall, bloodied. It's wet. So we should be able to figure out from some of these notes who is the, who are the people in the different rooms, but... You get an idea that some barricading was attempted here. So most of the firing, it looks like the shooting didn't start until we are in here. It is possible that... I wonder if this is Harry. So, if we look, here's one bullet, and the other bullet is there. This is near Harry's office. So, if he fired from in here, you could see these rounds. But then you look here, and we have at least 3 shots towards the door here, and then 2 more here. All of them being these little roundy bullets here. So I think the firing would have started in here. Can't look at the papers. You'd think those would be useful, but I guess not. Oh. This changes the equation. No. See? Right there. Hole through glass, shell here, and you can see it's at an angle. It's still possible that that revolver was fired 3 times from the doorway. Then if we look here, stools kicked over. So my guess is Harry's cleaning the gun. In his office. Now, the fact that he has the Beretta broken down is one thing. So that's what's unclear. Is it that he's cleaning the revolver? I don't know. It looks like he's cleaning the service gun though, and I think that's because he's turning that fully back in today. Trying to figure out where or when this one is taking place. All right, we're gonna shortcut that. Nope, it didn't tell us. Dang it. Sometimes it tells you when you enter it what the date and time is. Waiting for the loading hitches to end. Okay. So his journal says he's going to be leaving the day after 24th. So he should be leaving in the morning of the 25th. If I had to guess, this could be like early the morning of the 25th. But I think he hears something in the room. Tip stool. Loads revolver. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So he enters, and we see a shot, and then there's a bullet over here. I'm guessing this is a miss. This one is a miss. Notice that one did a number to that wall. Look at that. It's a mean revolver. So we have shot. We have shot. This one's a hit. Or at least a through. And then this one's laying there. This almost has a pulled out vibe to me. This is a mangled bullet. Shots there. But blood splatter this way. So that's one possible scenario. That Harry enters and is killed after firing at least three shells. Because the smaller caliber round, these smaller shells, I presume smaller shells, are everywhere. I mean, these could be bigger ones. I don't know my bullets. Because this has a smaller head, but the cylinder, the casing on it is bigger. I suspect that's a higher powered round. Like more explosives packed in there. Isn't that usually the what that decimal point is like the amount of powder that's added? See, this is a tricky part to me. So this person like heads over this way. If I had to guess, shot in leg, then shot in head. Yeah, we've got... These are the smaller caliber rounds. Do we have any evidence of those smaller caliber ones elsewhere? Oh. Just wall damage. I think that's wall damage. So my guess here is that this bullet is in that person. A little bit there. That's pretty clean for all of these. Okay, questioning a theory a little bit here. So rethinking that now, so person enters, and we can see a shell with blood on it, and then another one here. So it has like a sweep look to it. Now that could be, if we look, there's blood here. So maybe person here fires at them as they go that way. So maybe the first shell hits them. And they head this way in their pursuit. Now, we don't know that it's Harry, but we do have an indication. Yeah. So, let's see. How are these lined up? Yeah, okay. So, from the look of it, they're kind of here. So, enters, fires at them. This person is firing back. So, like, close to here, heading this way, because as we get... We have these three are this way, but then these are more at an angle. So this could be fleeing. As of about here, they're definitely injured. And that could be this one. This could be a through. I don't see any other damage, but maybe that's what it's supposed to be, is that they're hit right around here. Bullet ends up there. They head this way. And we have leg and then head. Let's see, that would be, you have 1, 2, 3. Just the fourth one. Not clear, but it does look like a revolver was used. Which means I don't think it was standard issue. Which is one of the questions. Page is ripped out. Let's see. So, the 22nd, the entry on the 22nd here is another indicator that the standard issue is probably those Trirettas or Torettas. Harry is an excellent shot. So there's marksmanship rewards. Some of those rifles on his walls are like prizes. And he's got all of those revolvers. hits. He's a kill shot with them. So this is a potential indicator that it wasn't Harry firing, because Harry's a really good shot. It's possible that he's not in his right state of mind, but yeah. It's to what I was mentioning, cocktail of pills. Okay. Dick doesn't have his standard issue. So it wouldn't have been Dick firing back in the room either. Don't know what this fires. Let's see. Cross-reference some planners here. Okay. I think what's happening is on the 25th. So let's start a new page here. Okay. Dick does not have a sidearm. He puts in the request at the 24th. So it's unlikely that he has a new one. And he gives the opening keys to Darren. These are the doors and equipment lockers. Then he's supposed to meet with Earl Tristan. Be late. What about meeting yesterday and meeting today? No indication of what that meeting is. Okay, that's what he's gonna do. Baron's planner is empty. Okay, Harry was off the case. Mike is on the case. Given what we saw, Mike is leaving the force on this. Force them to realize. The implication is that Mike is making fun of Darren's condition. Bullet size too large for Jay's issue. There was another notebook laying around here somewhere. He's got a lot of scribbles laying around, you know? There we go. The indication here, he's still got the thippodyme here. He's had it for a bit. It was filled on the first. Yeah, that's his new stuff. Okay, the pills have shown up again. But he indicated that he lost them. Checked his notes. I don't know that I looked at this. One of the clocks is an hour behind. Box around? Side note. $8:45. Lee is at 12:36, but it's broken. Might just be another one of those red herring things, but gotta check. What that might indicate is that this is at 9:45. Okay. See if we can find an indication of what Mike was up to. Because this might indicate that that was Mike's planner there. All right, Mike. Okay, I get the impression here that this is an indication that maybe Mike is going to be meeting with this Phil. So Mike and Phil are, I'm sorry, Mike, Phil, and Nakamura might be in the same room when this takes place. First aid kit. Bibble. Oh. Kyle Baker. It's a boy. All right. So that, then a bottle opener? Looks like a bottle opener. Okay. Okay, so thought is that this is what Baker's trying to send to Kyle. It's one of Baker's listings indicates MacArthur Road incident. Didn't see this before. Oh, tricky. Okay, these are the gift from Kyle. Yeah. So this is a bunch of cigars that Kyle sent. Yes, okay. Okay, I think the package in there is a rifle. This rifle here. Don't think it was standard issue. Yeah, I think whoever it was entered and fired from here and then was shot down. Whoever was killed is probably the shooter. And I think they used this. All right, back to the timeline here. It's the implication Harry is sober and he wants to stay that way. It's possible that Harry isn't even in the office. Enter. One of these had an indicator that Harry's stuff was being taken into like lockup. This, I have enough money on the side to buy Clara that nice dress, to me implies that Mike is, well, actually, this right here might be the, like, one of the driving factors that Mike is the dirty cop. Yeah, what's going on with this? Okay, so this is back in Mike's office. LSJ questioning. I mean, it's not surprising that Nakamura is essentially not swift to pay out on like dinner or something like that, since he's scrounging money for his pills. Talked about how he might need another job. Okay, Mike was going to arrive to the questioning later. They're meeting with Carl Tristan for the NLSJ whatever. Joseph. Okay, this is Mike's. This is Mike's. Mike is the one that is usually doing all the opening. A lot of blue ink in special spots. Dick, meet with Miss Tavis. Sometimes there's blue ink. And it's always kind of in the middle. Okay, so yeah, this open office, that didn't happen. Dick opened... Okay, no. Dick opens the office with Mike and hands the keys off to Nakamura for opening the next day. And then Nakamura opens. Let's see. Meets with a Jimmy and Dick, the other detective. Yeah, on the 24th, he reviews the Phillips case. Okay. And then like in the morning before, in the morning he's going to have the NSLJ meeting with both prisoners. About Carl Tristan. Implies that Jimmy might be associated with Carl Tristan there. Yeah, Jimmy. Check on stuff about the 22nd with others. Room 2 has 2 bodies. Small shell casings like crazy. So 1 died here. 2 died here. And 2 died here. Motivational posters. Disturbing coincidence poster. Mendoza. Any names indicated here? Seeing if any of these names line up with any of the people that seem to be active at the time that we're dealing with here. Mike interviews most of the witnesses, it would seem. Okay. So here's Tebas This is somebody that he meets with relatively frequently. Gabriel. I hate Michael Snyder. Okay, these are page 9. My notes are kind of incoherent. I tend to write them stream of consciousness. They're almost never meant to be reread with any extensive, like, digging through them. Okay. Let's look through here. Invalid report. This is Bayer Scott Becker. Unclear what the actual name is given the multiple commas there, but this is a weird write-up. It's Snyder's interviewing and the documentation. It's assault, armed robbery, impersonating an officer, and initially health issues were listed as yes, with the issue being broken heart. And this gives me the impression that Nakamura went through the files and found all of Michael's interviews and was looking through them. Back, a pain reliever. All right, all right. Harley Tebus is listed in his planner a lot. So this was years back. Orla. Sidelined from central folder for this case. Various times Nakamura failed to note certain bits. To see if there's anybody else I recognize. Yeah. So a couple of these indicate mistakes from Nakamura. Okay. So this is further indication that there is animosity. Why this one is in there is not sure. Yeah, okay. Nakamura was in there interviewing in one of these. We could find the gun, that would help, but... So one possibility here is Nakamura. So he's been missing the pills for some time. If we look here... Not in that one. He had another one squirreled away in here somewhere. Lighting is not great for it. It was around here. Oh, no, that's the post-its. Yeah, Harry can be trusted. Back to this page. Yeah, so this is, he opens and he's meeting with Philip alongside Mike. He doesn't like Mike. So these pills are visible again. We know that in this drawer, we have a stolen cigar. So one thought is Mike stole Nakamura's pills from his car. Nakamura comes in the morning. Yeah. I need to find it again, at least before my issues crop up. Yeah. On the 20th, lost his pills. So for the past several days, it's possible he doesn't have his medication. He comes in the morning and is rooting around. One of his call-outs is he'll show people that Mike is a problem. So comes in, finds his pills, brings them back. I can't remember what the downtime on the pills was. So let's see. Loses his meds. Basketball refineries. This is him saying he's going to try to push to get his gun, his bigger gun that he likes, but not the revolvers that Harry used. Asked about Harry. There's evidence going missing. Medicine still missing as of the 23rd. So yeah, Harry is leaving. He's going back to his family. I get the indication that Harry didn't come in the morning. No, tomorrow evening. That's different. Okay. Harry's cleaning his old service pistol. Here's an issue. Grabs revolver, which is either quickly loaded it. We have some of them knocked over. Loads it up. Comes in. Fires at the person killing everybody. Because all of these seem to be with the small shells. Small shells like crazy. So I actually think that is the standard sidearm. We can see the big one is fired multiple times. Miss, miss, hit. All the shell casings near the anywhere around the bodies are the little ones. This is Mike. I think that's Mike. So we look here, all the way back, meet with Miss Tebbis, Dick and Jimmy. Tebbis repeatedly. And Tebbis is the one that had a drug bust on him, and he intercepted all the records. Two seats here. Wish I could look at this. Grant Samuel Mendoza. This is an old one. Yes, he was in a reasonable state of mind. Who was in one? Can we get the names? I think it's either Carl Tristan. No, Philip. Philip is the one in interrogation room 1. Or of 7.
Congratulations. You are now an official licensed investigator.
That's
How was
super
the
loud.
exam? Now that it's over, how do you feel? Now that you've completed the exam, feel free to revisit any case file to improve your overall grade. Having said that, welcome to the agency. We'll
You
see
have to
you in
get like a
Brownsville.
C or a B overall to pass. Okay. Wom. Now, supposedly what we can do is we should be able to play back. They added a feature to give the narrative for what actually happened. Which could be interesting. Maybe we'll look at that. But I do want to get the remaining 3 questions. This is the 3rd case of missing. don't know what that one's from. Now, there was a fourth case that I saw, but it's like question marks. It's from one of the floor 4 cases there. A party. It is from the first missing case. The second missing case. There's the third. So with the missing cases, you had a family that kind of fell apart. Yeah, that's one that we haven't seen. A family fell apart because the engaged the you had an engaged couple and the guy had a gambling problem that resulted in him failing to pick up the kids a couple of times and running up a nasty debt. The little girl ended up getting really sick and they couldn't cover her medical bills. Because they weren't picked up from their bus stop twice, CPS got involved. And the guy ends up searching all over to find her. He interacts with the family that adopted the boy, but he ends up looking for her, and I can't remember. I think she ends up being Rose at the House of Ill Repute, run by a guy with a propensity for leopard print fedoras and fancy canes. So he sets out to find them. He does and helps her escape, but I believe he is ultimately killed when... I can't remember the guy's name. The cane guy finds him. Tracks him back down because he dropped his key during the rescue. We'll check if there's any evidence that Carl Tristan was involved in the Mendoza case. But I feel confident that Mike is the dirty cop. We'll find out in a minute. We're going to quickly turn down the voice here, just in case.
Welcome back.
Oh, that's still super loud.
Which case file would you like to tackle? Loading bloodbath. Loading complete. Good luck.
Okay, it is on the 2015th in the evening that we're arriving. On September 15th. I feel like this has got to be Baker. Weak. Okay, let's check his planner. This is Dick's planner. Okay. Dick can't be the shooter. They look like, I'm assuming they're the 9mm rounds and lots of them. Oh, actually, if it was... No. He liked this gun. This was his thing. If it's Nakamura, he was using this, which would mean it's not standard issue. Bullet size too large for Jay's issue. We don't know who Jimmy is, but I'm presuming that's Jimmy. Yeah, if it's... Okay, we're going to try this. We might have to deal with the loud voice again. I'm going to turn it way down. Let's see if this gives us a 5 instead of a 7. No, okay, it was standard issue.
Which case file would you like to tackle?
Back, we'll go to the settings. We're going to turn that voice way down. Oh, I didn't turn the voice down. Haha. Okay, it was a standard issue. That kind of makes sense.
Welcome back.
Oh, that is still super loud.
Which case file would you like to tackle?
Well, we'll get it next time.
Bloodbath.
I don't know that the voice volume is impacting that properly. Okay, so it was standard issue. Still makes sense. That... I think we're right on this is a rifle. Check his journal again. There was an indication somewhere that he had tried to, like, hide it in other things. Be questioned by us early tomorrow. Those case files again. Interviewed by Michael, and this is he reroutes everything to him. You can like the stream if you like grotesque. It's always appreciated, but, you know, use your own judgment. If you don't like it, don't like it. Okay. She has some experimental drug, and he intervenes. I don't know who Jimmy is, but he's repeatedly meeting with this Tebus. We zip back around. Nyom. On the 9th. Well, you make your decision. Hello, Sherbet. Yeah, Sherbet is crawling all over me here. He'll climb up on my chair's headrest and then just sort of orbit. Still implies they're meeting with Phil. Mike was meeting with Phil. If we look here, Mendoza. And there is the supervisor on this case. I don't see Carl Tristan referenced anywhere in these, but this is the notable one. Records henceforth sealed. A minute. I've discovered a scroll wheel. Desired to re-examine Miss Tebus as part of a routine check-in with the 1989 case. Yeah, okay. Carl Tristan case, but we get no response as Miss Tebus has moved on from working at the facility. We have interest in seeing as she is more forthcoming. Interesting. There's a lot pointing to Michael being... I mean, he's an office thief, but I don't know if that actually points to him being the dirty cop. There was some sort of journal that Mike had that... Let's check that again. Last case hasn't had a breakthrough because Nakamura keeps dragging his feet. Okay, so that's prior to September 4th. Nakamura asking for something he can't pay for. That's September 6th. Let's keep looking. I don't get what the September 9th one is indicating. Okay, but prior to September 4th, we should look at Harry's case records. And then prior to September 6th for Nakamura. Yeah, and this... Yeah, this is further an implication that it's not Harry firing. Is even under stress, Harry is accurate. And there's bullets all over the place during this. This is Nakamura being extra violent. His official planner is empty. Okay, 18th. Or he says that, you know, Mike tried to cheat him. Not clear. But he is receiving something that he says is very important. But, okay, Nakamura called out in a very nasty way, that Mike should try pig insulin instead. Insulin is expensive stuff. So this might push Mike out of range for being the dirty cop. He's a jerk. Like, this may not have been a gift. Something else that was... Maybe it was on a post-it. Case notes like crazy. Birds. J case has to be submitted formally. So they mentioned J in one of the prior ones as well. Previous two cases. So Nakamura has been involved in drug cases. Those loading hitches. Three. Okay, another by Darren. And Darren. Mike found a gun. Physical evidence. Let's see. So, Harry, Mike, and Darren would have had their service guns. Having some OBS issues. Little bit of a broadcast hiccup there. Hopefully it's picked back up properly. Supervising officer demanded this be public. Richard. This is that it was sealed on Mike's behalf. Drug for... Okay, let's go through here. This is Nakamura. No drug used. Check with partner for issues. This is Snyder and Darren. So I'm assuming this is Darren. And this is something that Mike called out, is that Darren doesn't seem to listen. Didn't catch it. Weird health issue thing, broken heart. This is Mike and Darren again. There's a marijuana bust. Lack of physical evidence. So this is sealed. So this is back issues. Only public out-facing records. So everything else about this case is elsewhere. Like, it's in Mike's records. Okay, here's a note from Nakamura. I didn't notice this before. He's still going through my reports before turning his in. Okay. Hey there, Reaper. Doing okay? Trying to get back into the stride of things. I do want to get through scene investigators here before the 24th, which I believe is when the new Ace Attorney remaster drops. So I want to be able to seg into that smoothly. This doesn't, prevent it, but, They're saying evidence is going missing. That was an implication here. How are you doing, Reaper? Let's see. So this is another. Here's Nakamura again, but with Richard. He's stealing the case for himself now. How many of these have that note at the top? He's still reporting my files to Harry. Reports and all associated files transferring to supervising. We have a listing of supervising here. Yeah, they're pulling all of the records related to, like, Mike is keeping an eye on Darren here. Strongly implied that Darren is the culprit with this. New medication on the first, which is this stuff. Trial amount ran out. So the 12th, it's hampering my other expenses. $14th. Okay, so the 20th is when his medication goes missing. And it shows up again here. Water. But he takes, ibuprofen and not Tylenol here. Yeah, this expressly calls out a negative interaction with thipidine, which is this stuff. were not grounds for dismissal in. So there were background checks to filter people out, but they weren't grounds for dismissal. So I'm guessing once you're in, it could knock you out. So this is potentially either him worried about himself, but also researching Harry, who definitely had an alcohol problem multiple times. So this is a whole empty case of 9mm rounds from Dick's office, but Dick's gun is broken. So like there's plenty of ammo up here. But this one was brought down and emptied out. So, his gun breaks. So, on the 24th, he gives the keys to Nakamura. Nakamura opens. $12:45, he's going to meet with Carl Tristan, but Mike's going to be late. At 3:15, Harry's going to turn in his stuff. Harry has broken down and is cleaning his service pistol. Let's look at... Clock here says 8. So this is before... Would have been in... So it's 12:45. One of the clocks is double check here. 6:45 Nakamura would have been opening. And 12:45 Tristan would have been in about the Mendoza case. So this is 12:36, which is about when they would have been. But which clock is slow, and is this actually accurate? Well, this is about Carl Tristan's case. Okay, this is Mr. Grant was questioned lightly. Right here. This is what's on the table. You look real close. Let's see. So her testimony seems to be related to a case here, but... So this is a new check-in with Miss Tebbis. I think this is meant to be a misdirect. Since Mike is meeting with her frequently. Mike is working on a case related to Carl Tristan that she seems to have been involved with. This is Jimmy. "26th. Philip case. It had been 11:45 that he was meeting with Philip. That's who's supposed to be in one of the rooms. So we can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Suspecting this is supposed to be the clock having been broken. Can't tell what this is supposed to be. Lots of fragments on the floor there. Yeah, this was another one fired from the door. I'm guessing whoever this is kept shooting. I don't get where the leg injury would have come from. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4. Then maybe this is supposed to be 5 and 6. Is bullet didn't pass through. Okay, that's kind of what I think here. But who died here? These aren't shell casings, these are splinters. Bullets like crazy. Check. Anything else that I missed in... Radville. So, Dick and Mike opened office on the 23rd. $12:45. Carl Tristan. Why do they have the Mendoza case open? Why this one? So this was Dick and Darren. We have a bunch of no names here. What? But what? Presume this was the Carl Tristan thing, right? I mean, there's too much shooting that is... Four shell casings here. Right here. Another one here. So 3, 6. Then 4, 5, 6. 6 shells. One, 2. Three. We have 6 bullets in the walls there. Do we have 6 shell casings in the immediate area? 2, 3, 5, and 6, 7. 9. It's a 10. Of 13, 14, and 15 shells. $15 bullets. Can't say how many that would contain, but that could easily contain more than that in bullets. Okay. Here, Darren, Mike, Darren, Mike, Darren, Mike, Darren. Richard, Darren, Darren, and Mike. Okay, so he's been working with Richard and Mike for all of these. What next? There was something where he talked about trying to conceal what was in the package that he was trying to send, and I can't find it again. Like, put it in something bigger. Flip. Birthday card. So it really does look like it's the standard 9mm that they used. Less accurate, though, is again 2, 3, and 4 shells to hit. We got. I think this is correct. We know this is correct. We know this is wrong. I think this might be wrong too. Two, 3. 5, 6. So the oddity, though, is there's 6 bodies. Of them, shoulder, midsection, unclear, midsection, knee, leg, head, but little dribble of blood from the mouth. I wonder if this is Nakamura finally succumbing to the side effects, because I thought... may cause severe stomach bleeding. Chances are higher if... aspirin, ibuprofen, and he's taking a lot of this stuff. So I think if that's him, then who came in and shot the place up? Because this can't be a gunshot. Like, there'd be some other blood there. Unclear. Breakdown, Judge K with paperwork, Judge V. Nakamura declared clean cubicles. So this is a money thing. It's his stocks, investing in another company. Business cards. Gold called. Tell Susan after interrogation. Means 25,000. So one of the clocks is an hour behind. We're coming in after. Okay, so this is the posted agenda for the 25th. Okay, Jimmy is another police officer. Department head, call later. Escort prisoners 1 and 2 to respective interrogation cells. Keys transferred to Snyder. Okay, so at 11:45, 11:35. Escort the prisoners in. And Snyder gets the keys. But at... Then it would have been after. Prisoners 1 and 2. Who are prisoners 1 and 2? If it was because of batteries, this clock might be fully dead. It would not move. Like, us just looking at it, it wouldn't be moving. Because the way this game operates, this is a frozen moment in time. So this says 12:36, but I think it's supposed to be 11:36. Because at 11:35 is when they're escorted in, and Mike has the keys. So I'm presuming this is the clock that, like, slowed down and was dead. Mike has the keys. Yep. Review the Phillip case. Okay. Yeah. It's... What they're indicating is that this is... He's going to meet with Phillip at 11:45. So, if it's 11:35 or 11:36, then he would be in here watching over the circumstance. But if it were 12:36, then he would be meeting with Philip Clements. Yeah. At 12:45, Mike's going to be late. He's meeting with Philip. So, if this is the clock that was slow and it stopped because it took a bullet, then that means that Mike is here, that being Mike, and then we have prisoners 1 and 2. But who are prisoners 1 and 2? That's what we need to know, is who are prisoners 1 and 2. And in particular, we need to know who prisoner 1 is. NLSJ, both prisoners. This is the Mendoza case, so that is... It's got to be, Grant Samuel Mendoza. I don't know how they've written the names. So I think this is 2. This guy's got to be 2. Because that's the case file that's open. Right here. So prisoner 1 couldn't have been Philip. So let's see what happens if we submit this. Does it go up by 1? No. The prisoner is still wrong.
Which case file would you like to tackle?
We're going to lower that voice down to practically nothing. Not applying. Why is it not applying? Maybe I had to focus change. We'll see. We'll switch that over if we can't get it on the next attempt.
Welcome back. Which case file would you like to tackle?
Yeah, the volume settings don't work.
Loading bloodbath. Loading complete. Good luck.
So somebody was taking drugs in similar from evidence. Let's see if I can find out which document showed that. The drinking warning. Okay, so Nakamura opened. He had access to the pistol to a sidearm. He had full access to a sidearm, but it's not clear that he would have needed that. Tracking has broken down. There we go. $90. Justice. Oh. Okay, here we go. Well, this is about Nakamura and or Darren and Harry here. Now, the writer of this article has a flair for the dramatic. Gunfire poured over his head, running rampant on our streets before he was finally shot dead. April 1st, 1991. There's Adam McDaniel. It's in color. Christopher Pfeffler. Not that one. Us. Mason. Have come in then. Help with money. Don't know that Nakamura is going to end up being a dirty cop. I mean, he has mental health issues. I mean, he's a candidate for the shooter. Would he? About bolts here. It's not Carl Tristan that's one of the people in the room. Making a big deal that it's not him. It's Nakamura opening. Bolts, personal loans, payday loans. Okay, Nakamura is already in debt to who I presume is Dick's wife. '13th, 1998. Holy witness we've been waiting for. She's going to break the case against Carl Tristan. So this might be Tebbis. Carly Tebbis. Something like that. So Tristan was set up. Baker to not keel over and die. Okay, so this is on the 16th, a concern about Harry's behavior. I think this might be, if we look at it, the night that Harry said he was going to drink and go stare at the lights. It's him noticing the conflict between Nakamura and Harry. Mike. I didn't read this one before. This one's new. Oh, a sword. Ah, it's a cavalry saber. Yeah, I'll bet if I look at it again, we'll be able to see the layout of that kind of display. Yeah, so the idea that it's Philip, but that might come later, is the trick. Okay. $16th, right? It's the 16th that he was having issues. Yeah. Yeah, sword and a scabbard. Let's see, does that bump it up one? Yep. Okay, we need body count, and we need... I think who was in the room. No, I'm sorry. Probably Dirty Cop.
Which case file would you like to tackle?
Actually, no.
Welcome back.
Yeah, that voice thing doesn't properly change.
Which case file would you like to tackle? Loading Bloodbath.
It's like as soon as you submit this stuff, it resets all the settings back to where it was when it started. We're close. We're closer. So we know that's correct now. We have two that are wrong. I think this is Harry because revolver fired into the room. Put 6 here. We're going to submit that and see if that answers the question right. Nope. And I think it's 5. Still, one of them doesn't look like they were shot.
Which case file would you like to tackle? Loading bloodbath. Loading complete. Good
If I
luck.
had to guess, it's Nakamura in that room. It's hard to say. No, there's something further wrong. So what we're going to do is we're going to
Which
toggle
case
it
file
over.
would you like to tackle?
So they added the detective mode thing, those two toggles. And one of the things that bothered me about that is the way they described the one behaving is it was closer to how it was originally working. And during one of the patches, it changed. So you have to drop all the way out of the case file and then go all the way back in if you guess wrong. Which is kind of annoying. That's not going to help at all. But we won't change that. Yeah, it doesn't preserve the settings, I think, unless you leave the game.
Welcome back. Which case file would you like? Loading bloodbath. Loading complete. Good luck.
All right. Okay, how does this work in assisted mode now? How many people and who is in the interrogation room? Okay. Mike is the dirty cop. That's the weird package. Could still be insulin. But we know he's stealing, which would be a leap for dirty cop, but who knows? So the interrogation room and how many people were murdered.
Which case file would you like? Loading bloodbath.
We need to know who
Loading
the
complete.
first guy is. We need to know the number of deaths. So here's one possibility. Oh, wait for that hitch to end. So, he finally succumbs after he fires 1, 2, 3, and 4 shots. Maybe a 5th, hitting him in the leg. But there's the one shell casing right here. And the head to the side. I wonder if this is self-inflicted. So shot. And shot. suspect we'll see a couple of shell casings. Yeah, we have those there. So opens fire into here, hits them. Why this is sitting on the table. It did not arrive on the table. I'm guessing it would have been like pulled off the floor here. Sometimes you can see evidence that the scene was investigated. Like there are little markers put around, that kind of thing. Then in here we have a shot, but this, like right there, this is fell over. So I'm gonna change this to 4. Now we need to identify who probably this person is. So we're not cuffed or removed. No cuffs yet. All NLSJ authorities. We assume that clock is the one that's behind, then that would be Philip Clements. Let's try to write out the full name. We had to do that in the first one. Yep, that was right. Okay, so it was the clock in the hall was slow, and it came to a stop. Then... So, this is... I think Nakamura drops. What? Who shot everybody, though? It's not clear to me. I don't think it was Nakamura. I think Nakamura is the one that dropped in the room. Probably from all of the pills that he's been taking. I wonder if this is one of those things that they keep telemetry on. Uh-oh, no. Still not Philip Clements. Ah. Is it in that room?
Which case file would you like to load?
Not Carl Tristan. It's not Philip Clements.
Loading complete. Good luck.
Oh. Wait a minute. So they had her back in to talk again. So at 11:45, he's going to meet with Philip Clements. So, again, let's loop that back around. If this is the clock that's slow by 1 hour, it's 11:36. That's before he would go to meet with Philip. So he's in here. Who is it that would be in that room? Ouch. It's unlikely that it's going to be Harry, because Harry is in here at the time and is off all the cases. Same thing here. That's after. It's not Carl Tristan either. No. Okay. So Mike, not either of those, because both of those are happening later. It's at 12:45. Mike's agenda reads, no, 11:45. I think it happens given where the clock stopped. I don't, and we know that Philip is the wrong answer. So I think it has to be 11 o'clock, that this has to be slow. And that it was halted entirely by the bullet. I think this leads credence. He died. He just died. This one killed themselves. Harry heard the gunfire, came in, and tried to take this person down, but is killed in the process. Like, hail o bullets. I'm guessing it's Nakamura in that room. So who would Nakamura be interviewing during that? So no ID there. These are all well before. We don't know who the shooter could be completely unrelated to all of this. Like, referenced, but not any of the people apparently involved. I think that's Nakamura. I think that's our shooter. This again. So Baker was pulled from this case, and Mike is added to the case. This is a case that Nakamura is on. September 13th. Number 1398. This is a she, and if we go... It's Tebis. Years ago. An 89 case. So I'm guess it's going to be Carly Tebis. But can I get her full name? Wait. Last, first, middle. Okay. Carly Tebis is a possibility. Carly Tebis. Can we get something corroborating in here? This post-it-based filing system is proving to be a real problem for the investigation. Your voice. Lady in Glendale. Yeah. Masking her voice, changed her number twice. Nothing listed there. I mean, I would presume... Six, nine, F7. Anything? Checking to see if there's any cars with that same license plate that might connect them here. No, not seeing it. So I think this is the where Carly is called in. Doesn't seem associated. Six W case numbers. I think it's got to be her. Let's try Carly Tebbis. Leave that there. Double check the spelling. Nope. So the wrong person. Not a prisoner either.
Which case file would you like? Loading bloodbath.
We'll figure it out.
Loading
We'll figure it out.
Good luck.
We're gonna figure it out. Who is it? Let's know that he's mentally unstable. '13th, 1998. Mike and Philip discover something important. So it's the 13th. So around the 13th is when we need to figure it out. Maybe not, though, actually. They're going to meet with him later. Hmm. Carl Tristan can't be a prisoner coming in. Oh, no, Carl Tristan could be. They're trying to get him acquitted. It's not Carl Tristan, though. Room 2, I think, has Samuel Grant. Samuel Mendoza Grant. Don't have evidence of who's in here. Hmm. It's got to be somebody new. And it's got to be something that Mike and or Dick here have data on. Hopefully we won't have to look it up, but we are getting close to that. It's just we had a breakthrough. I'm presuming September 20th is Carl there. EDP 39. Check the post-its. Or 48906, just out of curiosity. Yeah, she can help with money. It's he got a hold of Susan Boltz's number. That's the payday loans person that is the wife of the other detective that he started hounding for small amounts of money. Way too late. That is the most recent incident that he has been involved in. Don't know. Okay, so it wouldn't be that. If it's not this surprise witness, it would need to be a second prisoner coming in. So, if Mendoza is one of them, who would be the other? Two. All of these seem to be older things, so I don't see how they'll identify. So we know she is associated with the Carl Tristan case, but this is 2 years ago. A 651Q for all that'll do. All right. I want to know what it is, and we're running low on time. looking for some synopses here. Doesn't like the apparent inactivity. There isn't inactivity. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on. You bring up the whole camera array. Useful. There we go. I entered Carl Tristan. Maybe I entered multiple things. Is my camera array fully broken? Nope. Okay. Oh, I entered Carl Tristan somewhere else, I bet. I still think Harry is the... Yeah. I must have entered Carl Tristan somewhere odd. Annoying, but okay. All right. So this is the case file report. When you get done, it'll tell us how it went down. So on the afternoon of September 25th, around 12:30 p.m., Darren Nakamura and Michael Snyder were interrogating Philip Clements in interrogation room 2. Harry Baker was in his office cleaning Richard Bolt's broken pistol. Oh, okay. Okay. That's what he meant. I need to contact Harry on how long it'll take to fix it. He didn't mean the clock. He meant his broken gun. Darren had not received his required dose of medicine to deal with his oncoming schizophrenia. As he sat with Michael Snyder, a man who he already deeply hated, he heard enough jokes at what he personally believed were at his expense. Now, it's not assumed that you can derive this. There are some things you won't know. He snapped and began shooting his colleague before standing and shooting the suspect in interrogation room 2. In a rage, he then stormed out, blockading the observation room. There was a filing cabinet near the door that is tipped over. He also put a chair under the the officer's lounge door. Heard the gunshots at 12:34 p.m. Okay, so based on what they're saying, based on the time frame, the clock in the interrogation area is not the slow one. Let's see. Heard the gunshots and began to scramble to find a usable weapon in his office cubicle. Remembering that Richard Boltz was nearby, Nakamura began to walk towards the other interrogation room. As Nakamura approached the other room, Harry Baker finished loading his revolver. We can see the box of ammo with some of the shells knocked over like he pulled shells. Cracked the door to the observation room open and took a few shots at Nakamura. At this point, the clock was hit by a stray bullet, making it display its final time of 12:35. Nakamura quickly returned fire and shot numerous times back at his partner. Both Nakamura and Harry were hit. Nakamura getting lucky and shooting Harry in a vital spot. Harry Baker slumped in the office doorway and proceeded to bleed out. That is the first outline we can see. Nakamura limped over to a nearby desk and pulled out the bullet. That's why the bullet's on the desk. Okay. His injuries were large enough that he knew he would die by bleeding out. Those are big, nasty bullets. Nakamura then saw Richard still in interrogation room 1 with Carl Tristan, the suspect that had been falsely imprisoned years ago. Been 10 minutes since Nakamura had begun his rampage, but he was not about to calm down yet. Remembering that Richard never truly helped him with money, Richard had gotten tired of Nakamura pestering him and about money from his wife, and just told him, go bother Mike, who he hated. Remembering that Nakamura stumbled to the door. Richard attempted to charge him, but he was shot in the head. That is the body on the left of that room. After Richard fell down dead, Nakamura stumbled and collapsed against the nearby wall, sitting below a clock that Harry had accidentally shot. Carl Tristan, old and with a weak heart, began to have a heart attack. That's the body on the right. That's why there is no bullet. He just dropped dead. Revealing the carnage that he created and hearing the dying breaths of Carl, Nakamura began to calm down. Surrounded by dead colleagues and former friends, he decided to take his own life before he bled out. It's estimated that he sat at the wall for 15 minutes before he did that. Okay. There were a couple of elements of that I feel are tricky, but the Carl Tristan thing I thought was accurate initially, and I think I entered it in the wrong spot.
You have a new case file waiting.
I thought so. There's the 4th case file that it didn't list.
Welcome back.
And there were also
Which case file would
screenshots.
you like to tackle?
There were also screenshots in the closing credits of this place.
Loading Hughes Manners feud.
Take all these. There's
Loading complete. Good luck.
4 new ones. Adjust my folders here. Father's will, the children's inheritance, the wake gone wrong. Okay. Grabbing a new folder real quick here. Okay. I get that people go differently, but I've never really felt that balloons were the way to go for a wake. Now, it depends on the kind of wake, I suppose. There are some that are very celebratory. So I could see that, but then at the same time, why the black and white? Very nice. Oh. Well. Pouches with names. All right. Well, we've got more to do. What I'm thinking is we will pick this one up during the next session. I haven't got the schedule for this week finalized, but I think I'll put another session of this in as well. I'm probably going to keep Saturday and Sunday a little fuzzy in that regard. I don't know how much longer this one will last, so we'll go with that. A little disappointed that I couldn't figure it out, but given that the answer was the one that I thought it was and I managed to pin down the rest of it, the only real disappointment was the mistake and the fact that I did need to use the which answers are wrong. So, a little annoying, but I think we still got the stories and all of them pinned down. So that's pretty good. That's pretty good. What'd you folks think? What'd you think of the story of the bloodbath case, let alone some of the prior cases if you've been following this one? If you'd like to comment, feel free to do so. If you want to think about it for a little longer, hey, leave a comment below the VOD. But otherwise, thank you all for watching. I hope you had a good time tonight. I do intend to finish this one out. I want to get it done before the end of the month when we've got the Ace Attorney stuff coming up. I don't mind lots of detective games, but it can be tricky if multiple of them are going on at once. I prefer to move through them steadily instead of having to juggle multiple. We'll see how it goes, though. If you like what you saw and you would like to see more, remember to like, follow, subscribe, whatever it is for the platforms that you're on. It will help the algorithms feed you new stuff. Gonna do some final button presses here. They're a little tricky to wrangle everything, but about that one. Make sure that we get the raids lined up here. Get everybody over wherever we can. You know, share the love, as it were. Anybody? So we're gonna relay some folks along. Again, I hope you had a nice night, and I'll see you next time.